Okay, looks like we are live on Twitch, waiting for YouTube. Let me make sure I have sound. It's always a plus. Cool. Looks like we're live on YouTube as well. Welcome, welcome. I am back after a bit of a gap. Things are all right. Things are all right. Could be worse. Could be better. Have had a pretty interesting month and a half in terms of not having very much work, but or at least, yeah, I think that's fair to say, not that much work. Things do seem to be picking up a little bit, which is positive. Yeah, I guess a lot of the time I could have been spending on music was spent cancelling subscriptions, and I got off Dropbox and moved to iDrive because it was a lot cheaper and actually better, to be honest. A heck of a lot better. Would recommend at least looking into it if you are looking for a backup solution, not a well, you also have Cloud Drive, which is kind of more like Dropbox. But yeah, iDrive has a backup solution, which has been quite interesting. It's like a little more advanced in terms of functionality than something like Dropbox. And yeah, found random things I was subscribed to that I didn't need to anymore or didn't remember signing up to. And but yeah, backups are important, so I'm glad I got that sorted out. Feeling much better about that whole situation. I don't really know what I'm about to do, to be honest. I think what I'm going to do is load up battery, because recently I've favorited a few patches. And rather than using battery, because I have issues with battery, when I moved computers, battery forgot my sample locations. Even though I pointed it to the right ones, you'd reload the project and it had missing samples again, and you had to point them again. It's like the search thing is broken, and the only workaround, there's literally a post. Talk about a company that's Native Instruments, that's a whole other story, that they'd rather write a blog post showing you a solution, which is actually not a solution, which is basically to save the patch as like your drum patch as a preset and then load it again. That's their workaround for a bug. So instead of fixing a bug, they write a blog post on it. Not a good look. So what I'm talking about is basically, yeah, these kits, it knows where these samples are because it's been installed through native access. But then I load a track from a previous computer and it's looking for the files where the previous computer had the files, even though it's in its library. The samples are literally NI samples in many cases, and it doesn't find them. Really annoying. So the workaround supposedly is to save your kit once you've found all the samples, because when you reload the project, they're missing again. So the solution is to save the samples, and then when you next load the project, you load that kit that you saved. It's a really stupid workaround to have to do, especially if you have like dozens of old projects that have a battery kit in them. I had like a default battery kit in my Reaper template. So really annoying bug, and that's such a stupid thing that they've written a blog post on that workaround. Anyway, so yeah, the point is I'm not going to be using battery as much as I can. I'm going to avoid it, but the reason I will even consider it is there are some cool kits, and maybe I'll just go and find a sample that I like and load it up into Ableton's drum rack or something. So I favorited a few. Let's have a quick listen. Don't know why I liked this kit, to be honest. I'm tempted to remove it from the favorites. Cool. What I should probably have is something like a rolling sampler, so I can just sample sounds that I like and stick them on the timeline. So we got drill glitches, we got be interesting if we could drag them out, but I doubt that very much. What if we went into samples? And hey, work around. Oops, dragged it into drum rack. I'm just going to undo that. We need a pin battery open, I guess. Is there a way to do that? I guess there's an audio track here, so we could just load it onto this audio track. Cool. Bam. That's one way to do this. We got to search it. Glitch 3. It's just called glitch 3. Glitch 3. Cool, we found a way to use battery without having a nightmare the next time you open the project. Huh. So one of the times space did a play instead of space. Weird. All right, so now we've got a few interesting noises. I wonder if we can highlight them, drag them into drum rack somehow. Oh my goodness, that's cool. We're on the wrong track. There we go. Jeez, that's loud. Also, this template for some reason has a reverb send on the drums. It's a bit of a weird method of finding sounds, but yeah, it's a bit tedious. But at least I get to get some of the use out of these battery kits without having the pain of having to deal with battery. I'm going to go down a bit because I seem to remember liking some stuff around N. Ooh, nice. Nevis. All right. So what we could do theoretically is search my library for Nevis and see if we can find these samples. All results. You know why? We don't have the battery folder in there. Do I know where to find it? It's in a public folder. Don't remember which one. Hey, there we go. I'm just going to set this whole folder. So it seems like they're all in there. Ooh, still finding stuff. Cool. Let's try our little trick again. I wonder how long it takes to index the folders. I'm sure next time I open this it will work, but for now, I don't even know if that's a battery kit or not. Nevis would be after neuron theoretically. NEU, UV. Yeah, V should be afterwards. All right. So it's not in there, so it must be from one of the packs. Could be deep matter, maybe. Honestly, I have no idea. Hey, oh, did I spell it wrong? Nevia. Maybe I thought I saw an S and it was an A. Okay. Sounds like the same kick. Yeah. Complete with the little lack of a fade out. I'm tempted to go back and see what this kick sounded like. It's kind of more subdued. Let me just turn up the Q volume. Louder. So I didn't hit record, but I can use this little capture button and see what we got. Let's make the snares all one volume and turn them down. Let's turn on the loop. Turn off the click. So there's some big kick discrepancies here as well. Looks like we're clipping a bit on the stream, and my ears would agree. turned on the same thing again. Shoot. That's better. I was like, why is it not getting softer? I'm turning the wrong thing down again. Greetings, whoever's watching. I see 2 on Twitch, 2 on YouTube. Hope you guys are doing good. I'm kind of just messing around. I had no plan. Interesting. Hey, greetings. Always good to see you, man. How are you? It's been a while since I streamed. It's been a strange couple of months, really. I did a fast the other day. I'm feeling a lot better than I was before. I don't know, I was just feeling anxious and like a slave to cravings as well. So I figured a fast was a good idea. It's been a while since I've done something at this sort of tempo range. Well, I guess a halftime thing in general. Let's see what else we can do with these sounds. I always forget who my Ableton viewers are. Pretty sure Sushi was the one asking me to use Ableton the one time. Sushi Monster. What I'm going to do is, since I'm trying to avoid using battery, I'm going to bounce these both. I think I'm going to do 100 actually. Let's also get all the velocities the same. I guess that's kind of boring. So now I'm going to freeze. And flatten. Swap these two around. Yo. How's it going, dude? Long time no hangout in the Twitch. I haven't streamed in quite a while for various reasons. I feel like I spent a lot of my free time finding ways to save money. I was moving from Dropbox to iDrive, backing up all my stuff. I was canceling random subscriptions that I didn't need anymore. Trying to get money out of one place to another. Just generally being frugal. has taken up a fair bit of bandwidth, actually. That probably would have gone towards just chilling and making music, you know. Gonna be trip to Vancouver. Hey, nice. Yeah, mostly just trying to save. Yeah, I have had some work, but it was not clear as to who I was going to be invoicing, and among other things. So it took me a while to actually invoice. I've now invoiced, but I still haven't been paid. But feeling a little bit more relaxed now. Also did a fast, which made me feel a little better the other day. Not at the time. At the time, I felt pretty crap. Had a pretty big headache and felt kind of lightheaded. And then the next morning, having still not eaten, I felt way better. One of these days, I want to do a 3-day fast and see what that's like. $100 gigs, that's pretty good. iDrive had a special. I think I paid $9 for a year, and it was 5 terabytes, and that's for backup. And then it also gives you 5 gigabytes for like a cloud drive, which is kind of like Dropbox. And even without the special, I would still consider it because it's a pretty advanced, decent program. You can like tell it different folders on your computer to back up, and then it remembers your device. So you can back up multiple devices, and then you can go and restore and like click on the device that you want and the folder you want and choose a new location for it. And it's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. I haven't actually done my whole computer, but I've done all the stuff that I care about at the moment. Now I'm currently moving my music between 2 different project folders because I realized I had more space on my secondary hard drive on this laptop. So I might just remove everything from my C drive. And then I have old stuff on there as well. So it'll just be one folder with all my projects getting backed up, which could be pretty sick. That snare feels rushed, and it is rushed. So yeah, time well spent, money well spent. I got to cancel Dropbox, which was definitely more than $2 a month, and I was getting 2 terabytes, I think. And the main issue I had with Dropbox, they do actually have a backup feature, but every time I changed some metadata, it seemed to be re-uploading my music files. So like I would use iTunes, and maybe I would like, in fact, it would probably be a BPM count or a play count, something small like that, that would have changed in the metadata of the MP3, and then it would reload that MP3. So like after a gig, suddenly I wanted to upload like 100 gigs of music again. I'm like, come on, man. It's not clever. I shouldn't have to run it all night after a gig, you know. Whereas I think iDrive does like a bit check or something. So it's changing it's updating what's changed rather than everything, if you know what I mean. And even if it is doing everything, it seems to compress the data or something, so it goes a lot quicker than you would expect. It's designed for, I think the company does stuff for servers and stuff, so it seems like a pretty, they know what they're doing, basically. It's not all been boring though. I have gone to the farm a couple times and jammed with my brother. That was super fun, and with some friends as well who came up. we had a really good time just hanging out on the farm, making tons of noise with the PA. That was good. Twice, in fact. Both times I was broke, but sometimes good things in life don't have to cost loads of money, you know? Create return chain. Output. Okay, let's just do some verb sends. The only problem with doing this is that if you apply effects to your drum bus, your reverbs and stuff aren't applied. Whereas in Reaper, I always have my reverbs inside my drum bus so that I can like filter all the drums and stuff, you know? So that's a dilemma which I should be thinking about. I guess the simple solution there would be, instead of doing that, we just copy the effects. There's verb 1. Here's verb 2. In your experience on Google Drive, you've had multiple versions of a song combine in weird ways. Oh, shoot, that sounds bad. What I had also with Google Drive was a Pro Tools session. I'm sure I've told this story before. So I was working for a recording studio for a while, and after I left, at some point, they asked me to freelance here and there and did a couple of jobs for them. And one of them was a Pro Tools session. So they sent me a file that I imported into Pro Tools, like a file from a video editor. So you get all the audio edits that the video editor made, and then their finished video. So I pull those into Pro Tools. I'm doing some sound design, but then I'm thinking, okay, I need to deliver this tomorrow at 11 a.m. and I'm on poor internet. So I'll just put it into Google Drive and work on the project out of Google Drive because I had the app installed on my computer. So I'm running this Pro Tools session the whole day, mixing and like sound designing on this movie or documentary or whatever it was. Next morning, I open up Pro Tools and it can't find any of the audio files, even though they're in the project folder. My theory is that Google Drive like virus scans them or something, so it maybe just changes some slight thing in the file because of this analysis. And now Pro Tools is super finicky about its files. It seems to be more than metadata. It just knows when it's not its files. Like if you go and replace a sample and it has the same name, then Pro Tools will just not know that it's the right sample. So that was a terrible feeling. And that was like 2 hours before the deadline. And I was just going to be doing, no, the file names were the same. Even if you if you put another sample in a Pro Tools folder with the same name, it won't find it. I don't know what it is with their files. So this was, now a couple of hours before I was supposed to submit the job. It was nuts. I was so I have this program which isn't installed on this machine. It's called AA Translator. I bought it for quite a bit of money. It was like somewhere in the realm of like $150, $200, I forget, which I bought. And then I had this program already, and it converts, let's Google it, see if they're still around. It converts project files So I was able to convert the project file. You can convert. So I think I was using PTX Pro Tools 10 or 11 file format, and I was able to convert it to a Reaper file. Open the project in Reaper, no fucking problem. And there we go. Okay, so there's formats. There's Reaper. There's video editor formats in here as well. So like if you get an OMF, which is what Pro Tools will import from a video editor, or AAF, you can import them into Reaper using this program. So I could convert instead of Pro Tools. Pro Tools has it built in, but the Reaper devs have said it's a minefield. There's no like this poor conventions and stuff between different versions of those files. Makes them a nightmare to convert. But these guys, that's why they charge a decent chunk of change, but they have done a pretty good job. So for basic audio, I don't know about warping and that kind of thing. Like time stretching, non-destructive stuff might not apply. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Super basic app. But this thing saved my ass. I was able to convert the Pro Tools file to a Reaper file and finish the job, and basically just gave the guy stems, and I was like, look, you can just pull these stems into your template, because the thing is, I worked with his template. He had like a dialogue mix bus, you know, with like you'd put stuff on the dialogue track and it had compression, and you'd stick stuff on the effects track, and then also when you're rendering out the audio, he had like stem buses. So one stem was for effects, one stem's for vocals, one stem is, you know, all these different elements, and at their required loudnesses for a broadcast service. Oh boy. So it was a real relief that I was able to just redo the edits. Luckily my edits had mostly been volume and like crossfades. And probably some new stuff here and there, but like mostly volume and crossfades. So the project just translated. Man, oh man, that was a stressful day. Oh, and then because I had now uploaded the file overnight, like to Google Drive, and had to like deliver it that day, I literally had to take a taxi and hand deliver the dude a flash drive with the project stems on it. That was one of those everything goes wrong kind of days. Holy moly. Well, that program also converted like the volume stuff. So that was cool. And the crossfades and stuff. So yeah, at least I kind of knew I had worked with his template, so I hadn't done major changes to it, and he could just slot stuff in. And I think if there were changes like EQing of certain things that were outside of his normal dialogue chain, I was able to redo that stuff quickly. But yeah, it was surprisingly... Ooh, I hear cars driving through water. Must have rained a bit outside. It's funny, I don't hear rain, but I hear wet cars. You know that sound. What am I trying to do? I want to do some bass. I'm going to replace Vital with Phase Plant, because Phase Plant runs a bit better on stream. Even though I love Vital, I've had issues with it. It uses like most of my computer's graphics bandwidth. I didn't see any. It's a good question. I stress tested at some point. That was after we had those laggy streams. I kind of figured out it was mostly vital. And I stress tested Phase Plant with like loads of graphics stuff happening, and it was just like not even a quarter of the usage. Let's go rather to some chordy things. See if we can come up with something melodic first. Legato, there we go. You can modulate a modulation. So if I go here, this will create, there we go, a modulation of a modulation. So the harder I hit, the more it'll do a pitch drop. Think you can, no, holding shift doesn't do an octave up. However, that works. Whoa. Hey, welcome, welcome. This is a push 1. This is old school. Welcome, by the way. Hope you are good. I am just messing around with Ableton and Phase Plant with no real plan. Unison, that's what I'm looking for. Maybe I like the push 1, man. All I ever use it for is playing notes. I don't know if a push 2 would persuade me to do otherwise. You know, the screen where I'm sitting is kind of further away from me than like my keyboard and playing notes. So I don't know. I tried the other day. I thought it would be a cool stream idea actually to try and produce a beat completely on push. And I kept finding things that I had to go to the computer to do, like grouping, Control G. I was watching YouTube, so I kind of noticed every time I got stuck, you know, because I was outside of Ableton. So let's make this mono as well. And then I'll just put like a chorus on them both. Hey, thank you for the follow. I think that's the first time that notification has worked in like months. I've had some weird issues with these technologies. Space artificial, let's see. A push machine combo. That sounds interesting. I personally prefer this grid layout than the 16 pad layout. I find the 16 pad layout really limiting. Ah, I like that one. I thought I'd loaded it. Oh, it was just thinking. All right. Maybe we want to filter this so it sounds more like the reverb. Let's make the harder I hit make more release as well. I also wanted something like a chorus. Yeah, I mean, when I was jamming just using push, it was interesting quite how much I was able to do on one hand. Although I did run into limitations, I was surprised how many things, like just going through a drum rack, turning a drum down, tuning it up or down, those sorts of things could be done, and turning on the filter and using the filter, like I was just surprised how kind of easy that stuff was. But then I couldn't find choke groups. Apparently that's on the push 2. On the push 1, I couldn't find it, unfortunately. Maybe velocity can also affect the cutoff. We could make this chamber smaller. Let's get my favorite delay. Might actually be on Ascend already. Tape delay. Yes, I love this delay. This is if you have Reaktor, this was made by some community member. It's called Stereo Tape Delay. It's everything you want in a stereo tape delay, I guess. Send number 3. Nope, send number 4. Let's make this quarter notes. Ableton shortcut, Control-Shift-D, duplicates the whole section, the whole, yeah, whatever you've got highlighted gets duplicated. Not just the area, but the entire section. What am I trying to do? What if I loop this guy? That should work. Cool. I'm going to see, whoops, Control-Shift-T. Want to see if there was a crazy patch I made for Vital at some point, and I wonder if it'll work with this. Apologies if the stream lags a little. To be fair, I did try without the crazy theme. And it still lagged, so it's not the theme's fault. Wild ARP, let's see. Oh, this might have been the sequence I was thinking of. Let's do the old retrospective record. Ooh, that was fun. So lane 1 and 2 are receiving my mid bass, and lane 3 is receiving the sub. So if I switch this off, you'll see that only lane 3 is activated. So sometimes I distort the sub along with the mids and add reverb to everything, except this reverb has a high pass on it. That's why it's in a snap heap. So inside the snap heap, we've got this gain is basically like your send volume to a reverb. So when the gain is turned up with this verb send, you can see it's linked to the gain, that macro. Then it sends it into a high pass, then into the reverb, and there's an EQ in it as well. So this basically allows us to have a high passed reverb send effect, so to speak. And I had that on everything, but I'll put it just on the mids and make it so now if I switch off the sub, this layer is being high passed, distorted. I could put the distortion before the filter, the high pass, so all the lows are adding more distortion, changes the tone. Let's see if that works. So I had the sub back in. I think I preferred it after the high pass, but more subtle. I could also try chorus. It's a little bit more crisp without the chorus. What I might also do is automate the attack. So if you right click, you can assign it to an automation slot, or we could assign it to a macro. But I think an automation slot will be fine. So now, if I open this up, click configure, and let's see, is it just a tap on the attack? Yes, so now we can automate the attack because we've assigned it to an automation slot. So let's hit A for automate. Now we are automating here. Phase plant, automation, slot 1, I presume. Yeah, is attack. Nice. Let's also hide the browser. We don't need it right now. maybe the notes can overlap. Let's think about that. drive can be affected by velocity. It's interesting. I'm trying to find it. Is it shift? It's shift. I was trying control shift. I was trying control, but it was shift up to octave up. interesting idea. I kind of dig it. Kind of spooky. Could have had a pad of some sort. I'm going to go a preset route. Just save myself some time. Maybe surge. Ooh, I thought we were going to have a crash there. Probably should save, right? Did I save something today, or am I on the wrong date? Maybe I got the wrong date the other day. Oh, it was probably me up late last night. Okay. 22nd, and this will be called, I don't know. Spooky. Let's see what we can find. That was a cool sequence. All right, starting to hear a structure. It's one of those funny things where you feel like you're just adding and adding and adding, and you don't have a chord change or any progression, and then suddenly one more element, and it's like, I can start to hear this. The way around. Yay, now we got all the sounds. I was thinking that clap could be cool. So I see I have a side chain trigger track. What I suspect the idea there is for me to just copy down them beats and delete everything that's not kick drum. And then I think it's already routed to this bass track, to this multi-pass. Yep, I hear it. Looks like it's listening to the kick drum, which is not necessary because we can send it MIDI. does that mean it's in here? Yes, drum rack. Yeah, it's listening to the kick drum. And then the kick drum's coming in via external into this audio follower. And then I'm using that to trigger the sidechain ducking. But that seems like overkill right now. What we can do instead is have it triggered by note. Similar result, but more reliable, I think, than the audio follower thing. What also I can hear is it's on the lows, so everything below 250 hertz, as it says here. You can change that crossover point, but what I'm going to do is just move this over to the master. Now it's ducking the whole bass. Now that the clap is layered in, it feels like the snare could be different. Maybe a pitch down or maybe just softer. Sounds pretty cool, I have to say, if I may say so myself. What I would like to do is add some kind of transient shaping, maybe, or compression to the snare to give it more of an impact. Let's just loop this section. That's also bothering me. Feel like that'll layer better with the clap. Maybe I could bus them. I feel like they need processing together. So I'm making a return called snare and clap, or yeah, an FX chain. So instead of using it as a send number 3, I think we can output directly to it. Instead of rack output, we can go straight to C. I think you have to solo both. Yeah. Trying to remember if I have any cool compressors that would do this, or if I should just use the kilohertz transient shaper, not snap heap though. Either multi-pass or just straight up transient shaper. Oh, it is favorited. Oh well, I didn't see it. Feel like, okay, firstly we can hide a lot of the stuff. Isn't there a quicker way like that? Yeah, cool. Let's see if we can bit crush this in some pleasant way. Someone else, oh, lo-fi air. kind of cool. We can go automation. Ooh, it just shows everything. Sweet. All right. We can work with that. Crunchy. Let's turn down the clip a little bit. If I can find it. That is a cool sound. I love these little handles.
Is isotope trash going to load? I don't think so. Let's try that again. I don't know what goes on with these filters sometimes. I get weird stuff. Filter just doing bugger all. I don't know what goes on with this filter. And I don't even know how to fix this. And I have this all the damn time. I can't rely on the live filters in the sampler. They just don't always work. Like sometimes you can hack around it by moving the thing into a different sampler, you know? But yeah, I don't know if anyone else experiences that bug. But it's plagued me since version like 8. Oh, no, sorry, I'm lying. Since version 10, I'm pretty sure. No, LFO is off for me. I've never had it on by default. You can
right click, copy value to siblings, so you could save yourself a rack that has a default setting. Pretty sure you can right click the sampler and go save as default preset. So I might have to do that with a filter that's behaving and LFO is switched off. Yeah, you generally don't. Who is phoning me at this hour? This is unusual. Let me mute and take this. This is an unusual call. Mother phones me at this time of the day, it's usually for a reason. Some dog sitting in my future. Right, there's more stuff I'm trying to do with making these things spatially interesting. So now I can't use the filter, so I'll have to high pass it with an EQ8. If anyone who uses Live knows why the filters don't always behave as I've expected, I would love to know. Let's just see, was there low end there? I think there was. Also, I want to make this more stereo. Let's use SerumFX. I'm noticing some pretty high looking CPU usage and lag. I'm pretty sure Reaper would still be chilling. But I say that about every DAW that isn't Reaper. Okay, that reverb in the surge pad thing sounds kind of mono as well, so I want to stereo that verb. What I'm doing here is finding a way to do panning. I think the best way is to run the sound in through the noise oscillator. So now we hear nothing unless we... what do? think it needs a note for it to come through the noise. If I remember correctly. It says audio in. And then we would have pan control, but you know what? There's also a filter in here that has pan. I think that version needs note input, the noise one. The cool thing about that is then you can trigger filters and stuff. Well, you can use this filter as well as the rest of the effects. And when you play a note, you can have it key tracked polyphonically. So you could play a chord and maybe you have like super resonant filters and that affects your input sound. It also means you can use an oscillator and FM from the noise oscillator. So you could have an audio input being FM'd by a saw wave or something. So SerumFX is super useful. But for my use right now, I'm just going to hit the filter, turn that up so it's basically not filtering, and then we can pan it with this pan. I'm just going to map the LFO, Alt Shift click, and now it's bipolar. Then we hit note latch. That's how you get it through the noise. Note latch. Am I right or am I right? So now, if I press this, now it's coming through here. Which means we can use this. So yeah, there is a workaround. You don't have to play a note. You can hit note latch. And that also gets the LFOs going, as you can see. But we don't need the noise anymore since we just, I suppose we can use the noise input. And then we can use the pan. Forgotten how you reset stuff in Serum. It's been a while. So I'll map that there. There we go. Some cool panning action without having to use the filter. Let's make it like half that. I'm going to copy this to the other sound here. That one. Let's make this like eighths maybe. That's pretty cool. In fact, we could add some chorus or something to the sound as well. The sound, by the way, is this one. Why don't we hear it when we play it in solo? I guess we have to play the track to actually hear it now. That's the sound we're working on, that one. think the bass should be low passed before that section as well. Okay, we found where the intensity of this guy is. Let's find the limit. I guess all the way, man. So then I'm going to map this to a macro. Yeah, that modulation amount to a macro, right? Yeah, I think so. There we go. Now there's no modulation. Cool, so we can start here and we can move it up. Helps to be at the right track. FM mod, there we go. I love how it even names it in the automation panel. I think that's a VST3 thing, if I'm not mistaken. Strange sounding reverb on this. Let's see if there's a width on here. Woo, there we go. How do I switch to another sound? Should I put it on its own track, duplicate this one, move the multi-pass to a group maybe? Sure, let's do all of the above. Control-Shift-T for a new MIDI track. Let's make it another blue, call it bass 2. Group these guys, call it basses. Move the multi-pass onto here. Make sure it's still receiving MIDI. Actually, how does one do that? Okay, it's not receiving the MIDI anymore, apparently. Or something. It's pinned down at the moment, so it's not receiving the MIDI anymore. That means got to go here. No output. Okay. How do you receive MIDI? Is it possible to set it here? Does not appear to. Okay, so we need to go to the trigger. We need to go basses. Multi-pass, that looks like it. Cool, that worked. Now this is the bass. I wanted to move down. And maybe a few others. Let's just see. Maybe these guys. I'm wondering now, I've got presets that I've made in 3 different synths. Let's start with phase plant. Actually, I think I know which sound I want, and it's in Vital. What am I looking for? I actually don't remember what it's called. Could be this one. Might need a +10 thing. I don't think so. Maybe an octave up. Wonder why the pitch bend isn't working. It works in Reaper. I think I need to go, for some reason, they've decided pushes MPE, and therefore I have to go in here. And enable MPE. There we go. That could be pretty cool. The problem is I might have to do that for every patch if I go patch surfing. Let's loop this last bar. Wowza. Ooh, that's quite nice. Holy crap. I'm curious how that sounds in context. I like the notchy one the best though. Let's just see if it sounds cool in context though. You never know. I'm going to duplicate this. Whoops. I want to duplicate the track. Maybe do something else for this one. Intense indeed. That's pretty cool. Turned the grid off there by mistake. Let's get a utility. Ooh, power just went out. I thought it was supposed to go out earlier though. That's all good. Cool, dude. Thanks for the suggestion. Thanks for hanging out. Nice to see you. Power went out. Luckily, I'm on a battery at the moment. In fact, I can flick a lamp on in a sec. Let's have a listen from the top. Safe travels, dude. Let's give it some portamento. If I can remember where it lives. Oh, it's glide. Copy. Hey, dude. How you doing? Nod was one. Nice to see you. I don't think I've seen you since your donation. I don't know if you got my mail. I really appreciated that, man. I have had a challenging month, but that really helped. Yeah, it was a very interesting couple months. I think I'm out of like the deep winter, which is usually when things go really quiet. Like DJ gigs and stuff tend not to happen very much in winter. I've usually managed to, I guess, charge enough in summer to save enough to like get through winter, but this particular year has been interesting. No, thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I mean, on my end, it comes out in rands eventually. So I guess if it was dollars or pounds, I get it converted to dollars before it gets to my account either way, I think, because PayPal's weird. With Bandcamp, yeah, I think something like that. if one did it PayPal directly, I think Bandcamp wouldn't get a cut, but PayPal still would. But I think PayPal takes less than 15%. I don't actually know. Yeah, but you really didn't have to do that, so much appreciated, man. Messing with Ableton for a change. I can't remember who in this stream usually asks for Ableton. I think it was just Sushi Monster, but I could be mistaken. There might have been someone else as well. There's nothing quite like the drum rack, though, in other programs. I mean, being able to warp your sounds. Okay, that sound doesn't work with this on at the moment. I mean, if I switch warp off, it sounds like that. It's not a major change, but it's like, it's pretty cool. Same with, let me just switch this back on. Same with this guy. Actually, no, this was the original sound, but not pitched up. Why is it not playing? There's one here. This one sounds like that. That's sort of the original sound. Then the other one was pitched up and warped. So amazing how many variations of the same sounds you can actually get. So I'm going to Control-Shift-D to duplicate the whole section. Make a variation so this bass doesn't happen until a second loop round. Maybe this time around we go. I started this track today, so yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start, but it was all of it today. That ARP should come in later, maybe. Let me just delete it from here. Pretty spooky, I have to agree. I want to double this. That guy sounds a little silly. Let's go to the beginning. Pitch bend. cool to have a version of this again. Whoops. Like 4 dB instead of 6. So the hats aren't just full blast all the time. Cool, loops nicely, hitting save. Maybe after this section we have some sort of a bridge or a totally different section. What I'm going to try is find a random drum rack. Let's see. I'm going to keep these for now, just as placeholders for the next section. Ooh, that's pretty cool. the old retrospective record thing. I think I'll just make them all max volume and then turn it down. Alright, nice as that kick is, it's not actually what I was looking for. Nor is that. I'm going to replace that because, hey, it swaps them now. I'm sure that noise used to happen. It used to just like blank out that one and then you'd like overwrite stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. It's now working like battery, which is pretty cool. Battery does that. It just swaps things around when you drag them onto each other. So let's look for a kick. The plan is to high pass this, but all in good time. That's a really cool sound. Just grab that part. So now I'm going to group these two, because the thing with this ping pong delay is it doesn't have a width as far as I can tell. Oh no, this is the width of the filter. It's not actually the width of the ping pong. So this left and right doesn't have a pan. Do you see what I mean? So I've got a utility at the end of them that brings down the width. But then we need another chain that's dry. Now I can turn down the delayed version. Okay, we're getting there, but then I need to make sure Splice has been run so that Portal works. Even though I've paid off Portal long ago, Splice still needs to be run every 3 days or something for Portal to bloody work. It's pretty annoying because when I paid off Serum, I got like a license for Serum. Here we go. And now I don't need to deal with Splice again with Serum because I can go into my account on Xfer Records and get my code, serial code. So I don't know why they can't do that for Portal anyway. It feels like it defeats the point of owning something if you constantly have to go and verify that you own it. Maybe Output normally has something like that anyway. I shouldn't judge, but it is a bit whack in my opinion. That was pretty cool. Whoops. Apparently, I need to join these together. J, there we go. Now I'll just duplicate the first half. Actually, I'm going to quantize it first. Wait a minute. Quantize. It's an interesting thing. I guess some people, yeah, there are some people that sell, whoa, it's loud. just want to quantize these three bloody things. Okay, how about... Damn, that's loud. Q... No, it's not Q, it's Control-Shift-U. To each their own. I mean, if you're going to... I find it weird when people sell... whoops, we've recorded something into session view, have we? We have. Let's come back to arrange. Ooh. Now it's gone the other way. I know what I've done. I've hit Q. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit strange in a way if people are going to sell cracked copies of software. It's like, you may as well just crack it yourself if you're going to do that at that point. They have that here as well. You'll see people selling software for like, you know, $10, $100. But you're pretty sure that it's not legit. Sometimes you get stuff that is legit. I've bought secondhand. I bought Ableton Live 8. The guy had the box and he like did the transfer to my account while we were sitting together, you know. And then I paid him and upgraded from Live 8 to 11. So those sorts of things do happen legitimately, but there is also a lot of people that do it illegitimately. Basically paying someone to pirate stuff for you. It's a bit strange. Okay, let's mess around with this. If it hasn't frozen. Let's try the ones that say drums. Ooh, it's lagging big time. That's pretty cool. It really can be an expensive hobby. I've never really seen if there's any cool time-based effects in Reaktor. My favorite delay, obviously, but I'm curious if there's other stuff. That's pretty cool. Let's stick it behind the portal. That's pretty cool. Oh my goodness. That's really cool. Whoa, what a contrast. I mean, the instruments like guitars, pianos, keyboards, synthesizers, also really expensive. And then people even get into modular. So I was thinking to do something different melodically. I just used that stuff as a placeholder for now. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you don't need a pricey option, it's true. It's nice to be able to collaborate with people if they're using the same stuff, but it's incredible how much you can get for free these days. I mean, I was of that same opinion for many, many years. I mean, I did first get FL Studio, but that was in like 2006, so there weren't really other options back then. Like, they were free for sure. Certainly not in that price range at the time. So I had FL Fruity Edition, which was missing the audio clips and the automation clips. You could still do automation inside, like parameter automation, and you could still do audio if you loaded it into like a sampler device. So it was kind of limited in that regard. And then I went through so many free plugins. And there were some pretty good ones back then. I'd still like to mess with them sometime. Some of them were 32-bit only, but there were some really cool ones. Let's see what we can do with these chords and things. I'm going to duplicate the track. think, see, this is where having MIDI lanes is handy, because then you can have like the chords on its own lane. One can kind of do that here. There's a MIDI track, so now I can go output, Surge XT, that one. Let's copy the MIDI across. Now we need to set this one to monitor in. There we go. So even though the MIDI's are there, it's now coming into this track, so I can come in here, change the pad. Question is, can I still play on here? Apparently yes. Because I'd like to put notes in here as well. So we have lanes basically. I wonder if auto will play it, but it won't play that stuff, will it? Okay, so that's why I've always had issues with this. As soon as you stop record enabling, you don't hear the stuff that's on the track. So I would actually have to duplicate this one. Move that there. And have this on in. And this is why it's handy to have separate lanes. Cool, man. Have a good rest. Sleep well. Ooh, got some unexpected layering happening. Because this guy is receiving all channels, I guess. If I hit auto, is it still going to receive? No. Well, that's silly. So in just seems to receive everything. Unless maybe we simplify it. Apparently Push is playing channel 13 right now. Interesting spooky vibes. I want to have a quick listen on the speakers, and then I think I might head off. Just looking for some fills. Damn, some of these sounds are loud. So the one thing that sounded odd to me on the speakers was this kick drum. right. I'm going to leave this project for now. I don't have the energy to open something else right now. My brother gave me some project files, which I still want to check out. Ooh, let's have a listen to this. Some interesting chords I learned on push. And then I'm definitely heading off because it feels late. I haven't looked at the time. Almost midnight. Okay, let's see what this sounds like. can't remember the bass line that I came up with. Oh well, it was some good fun jamming. Let's see if I can play those chords again though. It's good practice. What did I do then? Okay. It's a strange turnaround. It goes into minor. Ooh, I forgot about this. That's nuts. Before I had this, I was doing some kind of lead with this. figured a whole thing out. I'll have to relearn it. It's all good. It's all in good fun. It's a challenge, learning, major scales and major chords on here. What key are we in again? Anyway, learning, still not there. Improvisation in that key. Won't be able to stream tomorrow. Going to be kind of busy. Hopefully, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. Let's see how it goes. Have a good evening, or afternoon, or morning, depending on where you are. It was good hanging out. Appreciate you all. Generally good vibes around here. We cannot take that for granted. All right, where's the end button?